I knew you would be kind of fast today for some reason. You know, I had a hunch. Yeah. What took you up until 4? Beige, good evening. How is you? We have no news. We have a good tool to try out today. So that's neat. I'm happy for that. But yeah, trying to sell PCs, as in you didn't you build a PC on stream like 2 weeks ago or something? I have a feeling that that's what happened. Probably wrong, though. God damn it, I forgot. Yes! Hmm. The placeholders? Ah, that makes sense. The placeholder for what, Stony? Which placeholder are you talking about? I shouldn't have clicked on this thing. I should have went straight up here. Uh, you mean the placeholder for the landing page? That thing? I'm guessing. Why? That thing? Why would you make that as an SVG? If that's what you're talking about. Hmm. I don't think I have access to your own Figma file. I mean, you probably shared it with me at some point, but... Larkham, hi, good morning. How are you? I got mail. I should have mail here, technically, but... Uh, uh, Godwin, hi, good morning. Yeah, you didn't do the thing that I had in mind, but I mean, I don't really mind. It's fine. Why? Why? That's gonna be my question for you. Why? I Why not just I don't know, take a screenshot and be done with it. 35, goddamn. Weekend was pretty good. I tried to do nothing. I didn't achieve that. I didn't achieve much either, so that was kind of sad. But overall, pretty good. Um, I've been, as I said to Kat, I've been designed. I'm gonna show you what that means in a second. Like really highly designed. It wasn't planned, but been fully designed. I was looking for food, and then these two things looked at me, and I couldn't say no. They looked at me. So the packaging of these fucking cans were like on point. This one was really meh, debatable. I don't know, kind of weird. As in, the cinnamon was really like smelling cinnamon. The pear was also tasting the pear, but then the apple and lemon, not really. The reishi mushrooms, fine. Not really tasting anything anyway, so that makes sense. But it was like some sort of a tea drink. And because I don't really like tea, because it's just water with a bit of flavor, kind of weird. Though this one, um, first of all, pink cans, on point, so good. Flavor wise, I was kind of surprised. It's raspberry, but it's also strawberry ish. Like, has a bit of a berry feel. But it's really, really nice. The caffeine and all of the energy that they say that these things have. I took a nap right after, so as always, didn't work, but I've been designed with these things. So, segment closed. Segment closed. So yeah, other than that, I went on a fat ass walk, almost 2 hours walk. This morning I did leg day at the gym, so probably tomorrow I will not have the ability to walk. Yay. Other than that, I think I had a interview call with one of the headhunting company again, obviously, because that's what I do every fucking week. And debatable, debatable. They will apply on my behalf on the same thing that I already applied for. So there is a high probability of them saying, "Oh, you know what? This person already applied, so that's not really good for them to reapply to the same fucking job." So that's debatable. Apparently, the salary expectation that I have, meaning that I kind of mapped for the French market, scared a lot of companies in Japan. So I went down a bit, which is kind of sad, but whatever, we'll see. And yeah, if that works, that's cool. The thing is, as I said, I technically have until the end of the week ish to get an offer. So I have doubts in the ability of Japanese company and paperworks that needs to happen to take place in like 5 days. I mean, technically 4 days now. So yeah, that it's gonna be weird. And Hassan, hi, good morning. Yes, that is what we are testing out today. I got access to it, so we'll see I haven't, I mean, I have things to say already, but I haven't tested it or dived into anything, so I don't know shit as always. But yeah, I have the landing page here. The first thing that I'm like gonna complain about is when you get your early access and you um well create your account, you have the ability to create an account with this tiny thing called Google. I know, not really known, but whatever. Google Connect exists. And so they have this ability to just log you in with your Google account. Though, once you have done that and you need to connect and log in, the login page doesn't have login with Google. So in order for me to re-access the site, which is what we have right here, I needed to re-click on my invite links to then re-log in with Google, which is weird. And I don't know how I can fix that, so that is debatable. Anywho, I have access to it, so that's the plan for the day. That's the plan for the day. And you said it was available on dev, like here. Oh yeah. Yeah. Though, current page type right there. I mean, really? Not even changing the thing? God damn it, Stony. We need to have a discussion also with the register login options. I don't really know this. Thank you. I was about to potentially send you the link. So yeah, appreciate it. So yeah, that's a thing. Apparently, you have collections that broke, as far as I can tell. Um, the rotation of collection just went away, but that's fine. Yeah, no, I do understand how it did work and why it's kind of broken on your end, but that's fine. I would still highly recommend you to do like a screenshot for obvious reasons. For next time, you know. The thing that I had in mind, and I know you're gonna probably say, maybe I don't know how to do that, complicated, whatever. And one of the reasons why it would be better to have it as not an SVG would have been to have these two things to be similar to the dazzle effect, right? That follows the not as in it shines, as in it follows where my pointer is on the page, so it's just like has a bit of a parallax effect offset thingy. So, right, like react based on cursor position. It's kind of the idea, but debatable. That was a nice face for a second. Uh, yeah, so that's why I'm saying like it would be way easier for you to just get a screenshot for the background and then just have two things that follows your cursor or has a bit of an offset based on your cursor position. I think that should be fine. But obviously I don't know shit. So, you know, that happens. Also, on Friday. Yes, on Friday. Something happened. Wasn't planned on something happening, but we have, or technically I, but we've reached 2,000 hours of stream since I started my channel, which it's kind of crazy. 2,000. 2,000 hours, thousand hours of stream. That's a big number. So, yeah, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Dapshi, hi, good morning. Good day. Anywho, other than that, other than that, not much. Um, trying to find things. Yeah, you probably have been here for most of it. Thank you for the blue theme. It would match better with the background light. 100%. I agree. I agree. I'm trying to think. Obviously, that doesn't work. What did I do? I forgot what I did this weekend. Oh yeah, no, I did that. Stony, you might be interested. So, my brain went into something. I know I don't have the skills, but it could work. So my brain went into something. I have another business ID, obviously. That's what happened when I have IDs of things that will inevitably not make me any money. Oh, good job. Almost centers. Um, and I thought about potentially creating an app, like an iOS native app. So I did some research on the things that I needed to get in place to get the concept that I have working. And there is like so much that I'm now downgrading my ID to an MVP that would be just a storefront type of thing where people can access specific content. But the research on the entirety of the process of creating like authentication, like not platform, but like portal, getting like the database set up, getting the I think the CDN is the fucking words that they used to ensure that all of the content that I would have on that specific website would be accessed pretty quickly based on the user location. All of that seems to be extremely expensive. Sachi, hi, good morning. Didn't you change your name? Or what, weren't you Sachi in the beginning, change your name to Selena and then gone back to Sachi? I don't know. How are you? So, yeah, all that to say, maybe there will be a bigger project, code project thingy, I don't know, that requires a lot of back-end dev, which will imply maybe C# is gonna be a thing. Yeah. I think I would rather do C Sharp than PHP for some reason. I don't know why. Um, as it seems more foundational, but I'm probably wrong once again. Um, and Sachi, you are making like good decision in the way that like how can I say that? Going from one to the other to the first one to the other, all that. Beans, hi. Welcome on in. Exported dev. Cat, hi. I'm sad that you were not here on Friday. I know you were lurking, but still. How are you? How's your day going? I know. I know you did. That could be interesting. That could be interesting if I knew how these things worked, which is not the case. So I can read, but nothing makes sense. So I don't think at that like I think it's too early. Let's say that. Um, I think it's too early for me to use one of these things that would give me so much abstraction of what is the base of how the dev work. And then I would probably be wrong on the rest of other things or be dependent on that based on how it works. Like if I mean, in my head, it seems like something like um, Astro, right? Astro or Netlify or other platform. I don't. Maybe I'm absolutely wrong, but like it seems like it seems like a bit of a platform ish to help you build, develop, release, publish, whatever, in an easier manner. And right now, I don't have any understanding of how these things work. But yeah, I appreciate the share. I will add it to my code base folder so that I can get there again later for sure. If at some point it happens, but yeah, I doubt it. Maybe it's time to learn React. The thing is, because I want to build like an iOS app, maybe as a starting point. That's why I started to take a look at Swift last week to see if it's feasible, interesting, not interesting. It has a lot of similarity to JavaScript, to be honest, from the beginning of the courses. Um, what did I send you last? 1 second. I don't even know what I sent you. Oh, that. Yeah, no, that's good. And Stony, to answer the question, headache is still there, which is sad. But it's not my longest headache ever, so we good. One of Flutter or something multi-platform? Good question. I think it's more of personal perception and also company perceptions. As in, if you know Flutter and you can work on any platform, some companies will understand that you are not doing native code, as in,
Miss Puffles 698 is now following.
Miss Puffles, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. Like, if you're not doing Swift for iOS apps, then it means that you're not good enough to do native stuff, even though Flutter or React Native or other things like this would be good. It's just like some companies perceive that as not good. So maybe my brain is just weirded out. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. So Expo seems like a pretty good thing in a way. The other option that I have is to use Play Studio to build the app right from the iPhone, which is what we talked about last time. I don't really like it, but could be interesting as well for Discovery Monday to do that. But nonetheless, I do still think that in the beginning, like in order to not in that, no, spend too much time on the thing, proof of concept, MVP type of situation, it might be better for me to just do some sort of a framer website that does the minimum potential. And then if the thing that I have in mind is successful, which unless I do marketing around it, will not be, but debatable. If, then, maybe, app, all that. The game dev, drawing, all that kind of stuff. My main original content is a badger. IFPT. Yeah. Am I close to you? These tests, personality tests, all that, I like them, but every time, they're like, if I take one on Monday, I'm a certain type. If I'm taking the same test on Sunday, I'm some other types. So, yeah, the last one is, I mean, the one that is on my Tinder is INFPA. And the one that is on another app is ENFP, not I. So, yeah, that is kind of weird, right? That you have on the regular basis, I have the I for introvert, and then on the other app, I had the extrovert type. Straight opposites. Oh yeah, no, I know. But yeah, how did you find the stream? That's the interesting question. I still think I could, Dapshi, I still think I could go for Flutter, other things, but you know, knowing me that I have no fucking ID what I'm doing, I think a website would be easier to manage. Yeah, nah. Is it the API of like the movie DB, or is it something else, Stoney? And Miss Puffle, do you prefer Miss Puffle? Do you prefer Puffles? Do you prefer 698? What do you prefer? Just Miss? I don't know. Miss sounds weird. Sounds no. All right. Oh, that's the thing for the song's lyrics, right? Isn't it? Like music-based stuff. Yeah. I mean, not lyrics, but yeah. I think you shared that. Yeah. I applied to a company in Japan that required me to take a personality test on their website because they are building a community app based on personality traits, all of that, and on their things, I was on the extrovert patterns. Ah, so close. That was so close. Yeah, that's sad. Um, I'm not gonna read the API thing, Stony. That you know me by now. That's not a thing that happens. Um, I will keep Puffles. Puffles is fine, or Miss Puffles, whatever I say at the time. Have a good work time, cat. Um, should be able to only process one item in the array based on the title, but sometimes I get an ID but no title, and that results in me having only 33% of the tracks stored database. Can you combine APIs to get more content? Is that an option? Like that something that would give you like 30% with one API, the other 30% with another API maybe? Or I mean, from what I'm thinking right now, if you have like multiple APIs that does the same thing, one of them is going to be more complete. Hence, you're going to use that one only. That would be much better. So yeah, I don't know. Um, um, I think as I always said, I think I'm ambiverted, which means that I'm in the perfect center and I can do both, whatever. Like nothing bothers me, but it's just when I'm just streaming, I'm going more on the I thing. When I'm trying to get a job, I'm going more on the E thing, which makes sense. Um, mm, yeah, I I think I kind of understand the dilemma that you have, Stony. Kinda, not entirely, because obviously I don't understand shit, but you know how things work. Anyways, we have ads right now. I'm gonna wait a second and then we're gonna go into the official topic of the day because that needs to happen uh, as intended. Oh, I'm tired as fuck. Oh. One day I'm gonna die. It's gonna be fine. So yeah, so if that happens, if I find the energy to do that entire project, it will require a lot of design. The beginning is really simple. It's some sort of a storefront with like 5 products in there. So that's simple. The app ID include so much shit that I don't know how to do. Like there is authentication, user account management, content, subscription model, geolocalization, like map and all that. There is, uh, yeah, it's complicated. So we'll see. We will see what we do. But officially, officially, it is Discovery Monday, and we are testing a new app that I have at the early access on Thursday, right on time. And that thing is called Unicorn Studio. We talked about it last week on Monday when I didn't have anything because the other app was down, and this one didn't give me early access. So, what is the Unicorn Studio? Unicorn Studio is some sort of a WebGL, I think, um, design tool that lets you do a lot of really cool shit when it comes to interactivity and or design itself. So I don't know if it has a lot of, as I said, interactivity, but it seems to be the case. If you can have like these effects, this is crazy. As I said last time, the creativity and the progress that we've had in the past 15 years on 3D on the browser have been crazy. So when I built my first 3D things, we needed days to render something. And today we need less than a second to have 3D things rendered properly and not being so intensive on your machine. So I do highly like that. As I said, the whole landing page has a ton of interactivity, a ton of teeny tiny things that behave based on your cursor behavior, mainly cursor position, but you know, if that's the only thing, I think I would be okay with it. So let's just jump in and do the usual review. What do we see? What do we not see? What can we expect? All of that. First thing, we have the logo on the top left. That makes sense. We have the join the Discord and the feedback on the right. My potentially account thing, but that only contains my email for some reason. A ton of templates. So that's pretty useful if you needed to just see how things have been built. That seems like a good idea to start. This one having a welcome thing, I have a feeling that it's some sort of a tutorial-ish type of project. So we'll go there and then we just have a big ass gray button for a new project starting from blank. So we'll see. I would love to have a bit of a tutorial section, but once again, because this thing is brand new and I had early access last week. Early access last week. It kind of makes sense that we don't have access to most stuff. Oh shit. Okay, gonna not move and see what we have. UI wise, we have on the top left, we have our menu, which I think this is called the Hero section, which is the name of the project. Our tools, similarly to what we have on Figma, so that's feeling at home. Underneath, we have our layer list with 3D shape with an animation. I can pose the animation from there. That's really, really cool. If I select nothing, the inspector on the other side is changing. If I select something, I have the setups for these things. That makes a lot of sense. And here I have the current define screen size, the play button to see the preview, export remix if that's needed, and then the inspector, as said, which contains currently the page setup. So that's pretty simple. I don't know what that means, but yeah, that's a thing. Though, since we started speaking, there is a ton of interactivity already. Okay, so we have 3 elements right here. We have mouse other thing, which I don't know. Oh, Control Z doesn't work? That's crazy. Okay. um, I don't know what that is though, but yeah, interesting. We have a text number 1 and text number 2. Both of these have effect, or are supposed to have some effect. Let me see if I can see that. We have the interactivity right here, which is giving us the mouse tracking and the 3D axis tilt at 10%. So I'm guessing if I'm going crazy, then I'm getting more crazy stuff, which makes a lot of sense. Larkham, that's pretty cool for you. I tried Control Z. The thing is, Control Z is arc specific, and that bring back shit like this. And Control Z doesn't do anything. Yeah, I don't mind. It's just like, I just need to know that this, the Control D worked though, but Control Z didn't. God damn it. Control Z did work, but also worked on Arc. Anywho, so we have versions right here, which I don't know. That, which I don't know what that is in terms of tool. And filters, cool. So I don't know what that thing is. The paintbrush, I'm guessing it's probably some sort of a paint tool-ish to just draw things, but I have doubts. Though, this is kind of crazy. So you have adjustment filter, duotone filters, hologram if needed, that have animate option. You can just apply the thing. Interesting. Though, let me check something. Yeah, that's what I thought. My computer is kind of crazy right now. It's trying to cool off the entirety of the Mac as much as it can with that amount of 3D and other activities. What are the export options? That is a pretty good question. We have image, video, or embed. So you could embed the thing directly in your website, which is pretty good. Pretty useful. Like if I just needed that, it's okay. Hi, welcome in. So that's pretty interesting. The way that it works is really a tactile interactivity type of interface. I would love for this thing to be like on an iPad for me to be able to just touch, move shit around and play with it. But shit. That doesn't work as expected. This is kind of crazy though. So option click is zooming out for some reason. And yeah, that's kind of weird. Oh shit, he's starting to speak French. My God. Yeah, this is kind of crazy though. In terms of rendering and all of that, the speed at which you can have effects and previews and 3D elements, it's kind of nice. Though, I'm going to go back into the dashboard and create an empty, either I'm creating an empty or we go take a look at the other options. I know that these ones were pretty interesting. Like that is really simple, even simple to achieve in terms of Figma rendering. That's a thing that is kind of annoying to create, but it's also kind of cute. What I'm feeling, and also, right, I haven't checked everything, but what I'm feeling so far is that the only interactivity that we have are 3D tilt and mouse follow for now. So, yeah. 2 Figma plugins yesterday. Do you want to build a Figma plugin for me? That would be highly appreciated of you. I don't think you would be able to do that, or the thing that I have in mind, in a day. I tried. It just doesn't make sense yet. Steen, hi, welcome on in. Good morning. What plugin? Alright, derail myself to myself. You know when you are in your library, which is supposed to be here now, but it's not on my side, whatever. And you have a library file right here. And you say that you want to swap the library. And when you say, I want to swap the library with the Mom UI kit, it tells you, oh, we can't find anything that has the same name. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I renamed it. But let me pick up the right component from that library from here, or the right color from that library from here. Like, the thing that I want to do is create that model with a drop-down menu that gives you the ability to just search the thing. I think I do have a mockup type of thing. Some shit like this. I want to create that. I want to give the user the ability to say, oh yeah, you have this component that we can't find on the library that you have selected. Do you want to replace it by something else that doesn't have the same name? Because that seems like a normal thing to do. If I have, like, let's say on one library I have a thing that is called brand color, and on another library I have a thing that is called primary color, but it's the same thing technically. I want to be able to swap my brand color for my primary, or my brand color for my accent color. And right now, if it doesn't have the same name, I can't swap the library, and so I just want to do that. But yeah, that's tough. That's not a thing that you can do on a morning. But that's the idea. And so I try to map like the requirement, the thing that needed to happen, all of that, to potentially build the plugin at some point. But now that I have a better understanding of JS, that would be easier. But I still don't fucking understand how to do API calls or anything. So I don't know. In terms of feasibility, I think it is feasible. But it is kind of hard because it implies that you are technically loading another file inside of your plugin while you are in a specific file in order to get access to the entirety of the component tree. That's hard. Anyways. That's good. Okay, so going back to the interface of the empty state, first time opening the thing when I don't have anything set up in that page, I'm getting tutorials. We needed that in the front page. Front page? Dashboard. But we didn't. So now we have that here. We also have the ability to say add some text or add 3D shapes. So that's pretty good. Versions, which could happen later. This thing has a massive misalignment. That's not good. Let's create all the standards template page of our Figma files. That's pretty good. Yeah. Obviously. I was about to say it seems like something that I've seen. I think is it Diagram that did that with the magician? I think they have the ability to rename layers based on the shapes and or the content of the layer. But that's kind of weird also. Yeah, that's pretty good though. I'm guessing it is based on your database structure. And so the only way to use it is if you have a database that is similar to yours. That sounds pretty good though. I mean, as we've been saying, the goal for us right now is to create the tools in order to go on vacation and drink cocktails on the beach while the plugins are doing the work. That is the goal. I've been working for too long. That's the situation. And okay, so they say you can add a 3D shape as a default thing. So I did that. But that's interesting. I can't really select the 3D shape that I wanted to have. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Sorry. Yeah, that's interesting. In a way, it has some spline vibes, yes, but also kind of no, because you can't, or at least I maybe it's just because I don't understand, which makes more sense, but oh, the shape is here. I like that. Going back to Studio, which is another Framer competitor type of thing, which is really good. Things are immediate, and I love that. I've been loving that since I've seen it, and I wish like other tools did that because for spline, maybe this is a WebGL base tool as a starting point, so that kind of makes sense. Let's use this thing for some reason. I don't know. Merge disk. I wish there was an option to do random, refraction, core dispersion, core, but then I need the type. Ooh. Roughness doesn't really change shit as far as I can tell. I mean, it kind of does, but also it's moving the content, so it's similar. Light, we have the same thing as our like 3D tools thingy. Let's see. I was looking for glass. I think this is how you do glass. Kinda. Probably. It's gonna need to be kind of light. Not so opaque, but kinda. I really like the interface with the circular zone to define the elements that you are supposed to like interact with. I kind of enjoy that. It's not necessarily good, but it's interesting. It's my background for some reason. Ooh. Yeah, it is kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie on that. Hmm. I wish there was an option to scatter in a better way. Like right now, the only thing that I did is a repeat 3D with a spacing of 50%, but I would love to have that with a repeat 3D random. Could be really interesting. Though, let me just add a text layer right here. This is a text. That makes sense. Let's put that in pure white. It's inter by default, so we're fine with that. Well, at least I am. Let me see. Can I do that? Yes, I can. Cool. Okay, so that's what I thought would potentially happen. They don't give you the ability to go further than 100 on the range slider, but you can still do that by using your keyboard. So that's fun. I mean, fun. That's an interesting thing. Yeah, if you type number, you can. That's what I said. It's just the range itself doesn't. The range goes to 100, but then if you just move up, you can. Can I write my own code in there? I don't think you can. I no. No, I don't think you can. Though this is really interesting though. If I do mouse tracking, oh, that's crazy. Mouse tracking at 100%. See, Stony, that's what I was thinking about for the colors that just follows your cursor a tad. If that's native WebGL feature, that's yeah. But yeah, you're right. The refraction is kind of crazy. This one is kind of broken when it's here. Like I don't really mind, but it's interesting to see how they behave. I don't really know how that works. Nonetheless, this is kind of neat. So this is my tilt axis, meaning that I can just have it in a slow pace as an option. It could also track or be tracking my cursor at the same time as rendering the thing. So that's kind of interesting. As I said earlier, I think the only option that you have are gonna be the track mouse and axis 3D axis tilt, which kind of makes sense. But yeah, in the effect though, I feel like, yeah, I feel like there is a ton of things similar to, as you said earlier, similar as the modify options that we have, that will give the user the ability to do weird ass shit. Like that. And technically, if I place it underneath, it will just affect my my text, not my spheres. And because it's like fully following and tracking my cursor, I'm getting a really neat interaction with just that. But then if I place it above, I'm interacting with the entire page. So that could be really cool if you have like an hover state to be added to a card or something. I wish we could shift select multiple things to group them together and just affect something, but I think it's just a hierarchy of layers type of situation. So that's interesting. Let's see the other one. We have a lot of distortion. We have a lot of blurs, which I think the progressive blur was one of the options that I wanted to kind of check. The God's Ray are also like 100% a thing that we kind of like to see. That's kind of it's kind of neat. It's really simple. Like the powers of WebGL to be able to create something like this in 3 clicks. That's kind of crazy. Mirror and then custom. So you can technically, yes, it's okay. You can type your code if you know WebGL. I'm guessing these are shaders, kind of thing. Damn, sorry. Yeah, if you know what you're doing or what you're supposed to do with these things, like, seems like a pretty simple thing. Apparently it does something, but it's too strong. If I do that, reversed, no. Chris, hi, welcome on in. You didn't get the notification. I'm sorry about that. Hope you're good. Hope your day's going great. Can I divide here? No. Yes, but no. Yeah, that's interesting. Anyways. I wish I could get the fuck out of this, though. That would be an appreciated thing. Like, I can't click on anything. apparently, once I'm here. So that's good. Nope. Escape doesn't do shit. I had the button right there. Okay, cool. So the custom thing, apparently you have to click on the code icon that change your UI to get rid of that. You need to go back here, which I'm guessing you should, or they should give you the ability to extend or edit your code or your pre-selected things, because even though this one is a custom thing, it will take from the basic that they already have, which are based on like what we know, but goddamn. But yeah, that's a 1 pixel by 1 pixel type of situation. Yeah. Um, so I don't know what happens, but something happened. Anywho, so yeah, I could potentially see the fact that the effects, the shaders, I will call that the shaders, even though they call that filters, but the same thing, are not necessarily. Ooh. In there. Though, going back to, I think it's the best comparison that we have is Modify for now, and I do think that once again, this tool being really impressive in terms of what it can do and what I can do with it, doesn't really give me any options as a designer, as a me thing, to generate anything. Like, it's really cool if you need to have a cool hero section on your landing page. Other than that, that's about it. You can't, or I don't see how you would create an entire website with this like properly. You don't really have the ability to create a link or have an on-click action. So it's mainly going to be for interactive elements that needs to happen in the background or in other places. So that stuff like this, right, will be useful. But other than that, that's just a hero section. GK, hi, good morning. Good morning. A cat, good job. Congrats. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. I have a feeling that this 3D shape right there, trying to see the what they did here. So they have the opaqueness at 0%, and then the Fresnel at 46 to get that. Yeah, kind of highlight and speculate makes sense. Though the dispersion is this thing, cool. And it was a certain level that I didn't check, like a dumbass that I am. Ooh. Huh, interesting. That's pretty nice. But yeah, other than that, going back to what I was saying, other than that, I do think that Unicorn Studio can be useful if you need to render something as an effect-based section of your website and then embed that thing. Though do not know how me would use it, mainly because I don't know how I can add from here. I don't know how I can insert a 3D element anymore. Like, I'm here to add a 3D things. In the beginning, I needed to click on add a 3D elements, but now I'm kind of fucked. And I would love to know if I could like load my own, like a custom OBJ file, but apparently I can't. So that is limiting. Other than that, and the multi selection would be appreciated for me. I do like this though. Why is that? Yeah. I like I like the navigation sphere circles because it reminds me of some touch panels controls that I used to have. Though um there are things going back to what we've seen on last week's or 2 weeks ago experiment, which was Dora.run, that says that they have a really 3D based stuff that doesn't have like a 3D editor. The editor that we have here is limiting you, but giving you enough options to do stuff. So that is pretty interesting. Though, once again, I think like the axis, for example, could have been a bit better integrated with a 3D axis thing that people know about and how it's supposed to work, all that. But that's debatable. Overall, really good. That's I'm gonna say that's gonna be a really fast overview, similarly to Modify last time, because I can't really see much of the thing that we need to or could do. So, yeah, let me check chat. You have all said things that I haven't read. Mm-hmm. And Kat, the podcast, I have a feeling that the profile picture of the person on Twitch was a deterrent for some people to come in. I'm just gonna say that. And Hassan, it took me a week and a half to get access. So if you request it now, you may have quick access. I didn't talk about it. I didn't talk to them. I didn't have any interaction with the creators. So there is no like priority access because I'm a streamer that does thing and review tools, I think. So a week and a half is pretty good. It's also a very, very limited or new platform, so that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I probably should just make a secondary spline thing. Chris, thanks a lot for taking a look at it. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's really weird to me that some people can't load that section on mobile. Some people do. And then if you go on the mobile version, which is where things start to be fucked, it works technically. I mean, on my phone, it does. It renders like this, which is not the greatest already, but that's something. Um, so I don't know. As you said last week, I think I should probably go with a static image or something that is a bit more accessible-ish. But yeah. Yeah. But that's kind of weird. Why is Expo? Oh, because of the Control Z. For fuck's sake. Um, yeah. So, going back here for a second. Overall, I think it's a really cool app. I think it has potential to give you interactive banners. Once again, if you have like ads or if you have hero header sections that needs a bit more fun, this is a pretty useful tool. And it's really simple to grasp overall. You can't really go wrong with it. Not all of the controls makes the most sense, but still, still pretty good. You have the pinned comment, pin message at the top of the chat. Not if everything goes well. Um, Technically, at the top. 45, goddamn. Thank you. So yeah, that's about it. Bye. See you next time. No, that's not true. Um, pretty good. Anywho, let me close that so that I don't overload my fucking system. Thank you. Appreciate it. The thing that is weird, Chris, though, for the access, like, is that the export of spline technically is maybe that's the reason. I don't know. I think I'm currently using the public URL and not the viewer as a default thing, which maybe I should. The main issue that I have with that is that sometimes Framer doesn't really understand how this works, and so I had to do a ton of shit to make it make sense. So yeah, it seems simple, but it didn't really work. Yeah. I mean, it is kind of supported with everything, but it's, yeah. They don't have Brave, The last person that had a bit of an issue was Brave. So yeah. Um, like, I mean, it depends on the website. Technically, for my website, I mean, for both websites, I think I'm on the middle one, the one that is above Mini. The Mini is too the Mini is too small for obvious reasons, and that's the reason why it exists. It's like, if you don't need content and it's just like a landing page, you don't need more than that. And so that's the I think Mom is on Mini, as far as I remember, because it's just one fucking page. This one is on Mini for now, and these two are on the one above. So, yeah. Canva is pretty green though. Here for dev stream. Hi. Welcome on in. Ah. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah. Indeed. The rest is pretty green, but yeah. Like this one pre-read 100%, and then this one has flag with WebKit, so that already a thing. Yeah, once again, I'm sad that it doesn't have Brave listed as an option, because I know that Summer is using Brave, and that's why she had some issues for sure. So yeah, Redmer, hi, good morning. Doing pretty good. I'm tired as fuck. Yeah, but that's what's weird, Stony, to me, right? Salma is on an iPhone. She's on Brave on her iPhone, which means that she's technically on Chrome on her iPhone. And I am on an iPhone on Chrome, which is the same engine, though on her side, the site doesn't load. On my side, I have no issues. And we have, I think, technically the same device. She upgraded to the 15 Pro, I think. So, like, it's so weird that happens, and then the other person really? And Salma just sent me like 6 messages. God damn. And she's saying that the mix blend mode in the first nested element, my main tag, is the issue. Debatable. Debatable. You have a screen that is too big, Chris. You see, there is the built with spline that is right here. The main reason why I extended the thing is to avoid that built with spline tag, because I'm not paying for spline right there. And so because of that, I couldn't. I couldn't get that properly. Though what happens is on Framer, I had to extend the block to be like 2,000 miles further on the left. That's the right, on the right, to ensure that this thing would be place properly. So now what you're telling me is instead of god damn it, what I need is these. Oh, for fuck's sake. How much do you need? 15? Because I'm not using the cloner anymore for these. Oh, that's way too tight compared to the previous one. Ah, I wish I could do that with a cloner. Have a good walk. Okay, enjoy your day. It was only 50% of your screen. God damn it. But no one's watched website in ultra wide full screen, innit? That's not a thing. People don't do that. Alright. Cool. It should be further now. Should be further. Anyways. That's the thing that I can't test. Like, if I was in France, I could test the thing in, like, pure 34-inch ultra-wide screen. But here, that's not an option. When I'm getting a job here and I can get some screens for productivity, all of that, then I will probably get a secondary screen. But then that implies that I need a secondary desk. And the thing that I wanted to do was to move flat into a place that was a tad smaller and a tad cheaper than here. So that's going to be complicated. It's going to be a bit hard. There will be a slither of time where I'm going to be on house moving situation. Yes and no. So the thing that I'm using for furnitures is a company that is renting the furnitures to me. And so I can't risk having some desk mount marks on the desk when I'm sending it back. Otherwise, I would need to pay for the entire thing, which is not the plan. But yeah, the furniture thing is really cool. Yeah, 2 pieces of wood, maybe. But I mean, I already have my camera that is on a mic mount, my mic that is on a mic mount, my lights. I I can't buy other desk mounts for screens. It's not an option. It's not a thing. Not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. Can you send me a new screenshot of the of my website with the new with not like this? I want to see where I land. I think I land somewhere here on the full screen. God damn it. at least the thing that I did to anchor the indentation of the text with the skulls right here works. So that's a start. Though it will also probably cut somewhere around here if it's not, or because it's not extending. So I need to update the framer file to make the render work, which I have doubts would be a good idea. Right here. Nope. See, already the fucking score are like up to here. What you're saying is that technically for you, it's supposed to be somewhere around here. So that is gonna be complicated. Appreciate it. You might need to take another one. Now that it's like, yeah, that's what I thought. So because it was like cropped, it stopped at a very specific point. No, don't do that. That's a bit much. No one should have that. Not a good option. Yeah, but at least it should be further further out now. Should be a bit better. Breakpoints aren't really hard. It's just I didn't plan for that size of screen. That's better. It's still, I think we are still missing like 1 or 2 rows, but yeah. The thing is, I can't. That's about it. In order to get the indentation properly, I need to stack the thing. But yeah. I wouldn't even say it's planning edge cases, kinda. Not entirely. It's mostly like ensuring. Right, that's the fucking size. So that stops there when technically it should stop here. It's AOA.design. You probably have it somewhere. Probably. Am I wrong on this thing? I'm supposed to have way more scores. There. Something didn't work, something. Should be wider. But it doesn't go wider. Why is that? It should go up to here. I mean, it technically goes up to here. I guess it's maybe that's the thing. I forgot about that. If I go into quality instead of performance, maybe the rendering would be better. I have doubts. Why are you so cut off? Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. It's not really broken, but yeah. Yes, you did. No. Not out to catch the virus, but still. This is kind of sad. Thing is, I don't know if it's the viewer or the embed that is supposed to be used as a default thing. If I change that from the embed to the viewer, maybe that changes something. I don't fucking know at this point. Doubt it. Yep. Ah, for fuck's sake. I mean, at 100%, I don't mind it. It works. That's all that matters. But it's kind of weird that it cuts, like hard cuts on the other side where technically it shouldn't. I have doubts and potentials, as in currently, right? This thing is displayed, or it is rendered with that camera viewpoint. That might be the reason, because like if I'm on full screen, I wish I could just remove the fucking UI so that you can see, but like it has 6 blocks and it cut right here. So technically, I have a feeling that if I were to do that to render the entire thing with all of the skulls and then update my URL, I would have uh, more skulls. But I have doubts. Like,
Bullet_Bob_ is now following.
Bullet Bob, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. That could be interesting, but eh. You know. Anywho. And apparently now currently we just got the lens blur add-on to Spline, which is pretty interesting to get like some sort of a yeah, it depends on how tech and what it is, but yeah, please share whatever you need. That I have no clue. I can't help with that. I have no knowledge of Windows installs. Like I'm on Mac. I've been on Mac for 30 years. So I can't help with that. Maybe someone in chat can. Or knows. I mean, not maybe. Some people in chat know more about Windows install than me. I am 30, like him. That's the thing. It happened. See, I knew that someone could potentially help. I'm not 29, not anymore. I don't know. I'm not disclosing that information in the wild. I don't even know what a DDU is. No. I have learned Google skills. Yeah, that's true. How did you say that? DDU reinstall? Jan, hi. Welcome on in. That doesn't help. doesn't help much. But yeah. Jen, how are you? How is your day going? Display driver uninstaller. Interesting. I probably need that on my PC at home because the screen drivers are breaking the entire thing. So, yeah. That is neat. I've been like working on stuff to do some research on texture and renders and layouts for a project, but that's not gonna work. Not just yet. Stony, though. Question. What happens if I am on dev? What do I access right now? Like I don't want to click. I know I could click and just see, but what do you want for the user to happen? Like, what is the most important thing when they arrive here for the first time? Do you want them to see the registration as a most important thing? Is it the login that is the most important thing? All that. Stony is great. Bullet. Stony is great. Has so much knowledge on code and shit. The login is there for you. So is it because my cache cookies things are recognizing me as you? That makes sense? Oh, nah. Okay, so if I'm logged in, then I can get this. I can log out or open the app. I understand. I don't like it. I understand. What I don't like technically is the hierarchy of information of both buttons being so similar. That is kind of hard. Something that always triggered me. I always want the biggest thing to be login. If I'm already a user, I want to be able to get back in easily. If the register is bigger, I know they care more about new user than existing one. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. Who are you and what have you done with Stony? You are not blaming my connection for the response? What happened? What happened? Who are you? What the fuck? Also, I'm on app. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't need to access it. I just wanted to access this to see things. Because I want to not do that. I want to do some potential changes and fixes on what we have started last week. Because that doesn't work. Also, as I said, I'm on app and not on view, not on dev dot dash view or view dash dev. I forgot which order you have things. So probably different things. Anywho, nonetheless, that's just a detail. So from the SVG that you have copied, because you copied it from a time where things were not fixed just yet, you can probably see, and you also maybe can't probably see, that some of these things are containing other stuff. Let me see if I can shit. right? It's containing way too much information, and that is because it shouldn't. Right, and I forgot to do the updates. That's the reason. My bad. My bad. It's gonna be better now. But as I said, I wanna fix or do as much as we can. Uh, Not today, but today. I don't know how that works, Steam. I have never had to restore a website. Maybe I should know at some point how that works. I also don't really. Right now, it's not a thing. I feel like games, OST are pretty. What can I say? Addictive? Yeah. From what we said last time, also, the search is going to be replaced in a way by a button. I think that this button here is going to be better than the option that we had in the first place. Because, yeah. Like this input, because it looks like an input, will probably be confusing for most people. So what I'm thinking at the moment is interesting. If we have the button here that has the search bar or the search icon right there, will probably be easier to understand for most people. I think that's better. Chris, you scare me every time. Yes, please. Sometimes other stuff restrained by the. Can I share that on stream? Is that an option for you? If that's an option, I would take a look in a second. I think I need a, as I said in the first place, take a really span across stuff. Yes. So you have that aspect ratio that is somehow 3:2. Looks like it. All right. Yeah, 3:2, apparently. Almost. Whatever. Because you have sometimes books, sometimes something else. When it's something else, is it like video, media? Um, that's the thing, Stony. Yeah, if it's media and it's like media that is, let's say, a 16:9 aspect ratio, then it makes more sense for that to be displayed this way. So that kind of makes sense. You could do that, but if you do that, you end up with a really small preview. However, it fixes your issue. So that's a way to do that. You can 100% get your book cover in a fit. Yes, in a fit div type of situation. And so if that's the case, then generating these 3D-ish rendering could be interesting. Though there is a thing that I do not like, is the books are technically ebooks, right? They're not books. Oh, they are real books. I forget what I was about to say, which you don't know what I was about to say, but I was about to say something, and now I won't say it. Uh, too soon. Either show the entire thing and add a blur background also, or do image focus point detection, put the book cover with the text center in the frame. The thing is, you can't do that. The the point detection cannot work because in some situation your title is going to take that amount of space. In some situation, maybe here there is a fourth word and I have no clue. Maybe this one could have like another line underneath and we don't really know. So if it's site owner generated and you have the patience to go through a Photoshop script that just place the cover on a 3D rendering like this, I think do that. It would be way easier. I would still make the book itself a bit bigger because why not? And then the definition of the color underlay. That could be based on the book, maybe. How much bigger do I think? I think roughly. Not that close to the top, but I don't really have a choice. I think it should be here, like centered, but just in order to not have that stare in the center. Yeah. Um, yeah, so big enough to fit kinda, and I would have like roughly the same amount of space in between that corner and that corner, like top corner, corner bottom.
Analyzed code is now following.
Analyzed code. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. I I think you should do something very specific. I think you should have a media type. Like, if book, you have a specific type of cover. If media, you have a specific aspect ratio. And so you just have two components with two very different things. However, I have a feeling that this is not really an option for you, based on what you said earlier. So yeah, but for me, it would be that one of the things that I have made done in here is, if you go on that page, for example, this is my case study type of page, though the I don't know if I have that. Do I have that, clients? No. What I did on Framer, and you're probably not using Framer, so that's different. Whatever. What I did on my CMS collection is I have a type at the beginning which define if my case if the thing that I'm trying to put in my CMS is a case study, a YouTube video, or YouTube Shorts. And so what happens when I'm doing that is, in my case study work page right here, if it's my client live thing, which is a short, I just have my short video that is in here and nothing else. Though, if I'm going into my mood board, which is like a YouTube video type of thing, I'm getting the description that is also available on YouTube loaded automatically underneath, but it's the same CMS collection. And then if I'm loading something like workflow, it's loading a lot more stuff that are just invisible in the other option. So yeah, it depends. And you found me from Khalil. Cool. Thanks a lot for Khalil. I appreciate that. Are you? I mean, I was about to say, are you a dev? But with your name, I'm guessing yes. I could maybe have a different aspect ratio for different types. It would get really messy, masonry, really fast. Because there are filters and such. Can't control what elements are beside what. Yeah, I do love masonry grids as a general terms. I live on Pinterest, so I really don't mind having things that are like either really tall like this one or really short like this one. I don't mind when I'm just scrolling and it's content that is interesting to me or that I'm looking forward to see. Though, if you have more content in the middle, then I can understand why you would say, maybe not. But yeah. You probably will. I'm doing code learning on Thursdays. And then on other days when I don't have anything else to do. Today we need to do some work on Stoney's website. So that's the thing right now, helping Chris. So yeah, I don't mind masonry grids. That's why I'm saying that it would be easier for the user. I do understand you wanting to get like consistency in the page, 100%. But yeah, I'm currently learning JavaScript, like vanilla JavaScript, to get the foundational stuff. We are building different stream widgets. The current one that we have is this one, which is actively actively counting the user's messages in chat and then just adding them to an array. So that's pretty simple overall. But yeah, for now I don't understand much. I'm just following what Chad is giving me as a thing to do. But yeah, otherwise I've been like designing flyers and shit for like 18 years. So my brain is biased on most of the thing that I'm doing in code, when it should be easier to do in my head, or it is easier to achieve in my head. But then because I don't have the syntax or the method, the prototypes, the things that needs to happen in JavaScript, I have a bit of an issue. So yeah. Other than that, yeah, I checked Swift on Wednesday last week. And that was pretty nice because it's really close to JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript. I like that, which I'm guessing JavaScript is really close to other code that came before. But yeah. And if you need design help, please ask. That's why I'm here. On other days, I'm helping with design. On Thursdays, you are helping me with code. That's the goal. That's the deal. So yeah, Chris, if you don't want to change the aspect ratio, I would just bump the book. My brain went into something different again, obviously, because right, I cannot not, you know. What happened if I don't know. What happened if that's gonna be hard. Bitch, no. And then you type the book title here. That would be weird. I have a feeling that would be kind of not a good processing. It's the same issue. I mean, you will get the same issue. That's why I'm saying it's not necessarily a good idea, because if the title is much longer, which usually for books it's not the case, but you know, like I doubt, I doubt, but we never know. That's what she said. Sorry. I even if you have that long of a title, like it's never gonna be good. Come on, bitch, give me something good right there. Give me, no? Like a 120, 140, I guess. Ooh. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. I think you have more space in the frame itself, compared to underneath. So you could have all of your titles at one line, always, and not really bother with the break, meaning that you can have like a bit of a more consistent spacing in between your elements, because right now it's spaced because of this one, and then the other one that have just one fucking line, it's closer to each other. So the first thing would be for me to change the that behavior to just be one line of text, not two. So you would end up with like a dot dot dot. And then the second thing, if you decided to do that entire thing in CSS. I know. But if you did do that entire thing in CSS, having like an SVG that would basically take the cover points, like it's a 3D transform applied on top of a fake book every time. So instead of having the to load that image every time, like you can get a CSS sounds so bad, a CSS thing. And so the other thing that I was thinking about, obviously because I can't do anything else, would be to get somehow something like this. That you get a mask for your entire thing. What happened? And so with that masked, you can then get your box right here, probably. And then in that box, you should contain all of your elements. You can then from here define that this thing has a title that's a bit longer than the other ones, and so the overlapping color that you planned on having in the first place was supposed to go up to here because it's like too close. You can just do that, and it's bitch, and it's gonna take the right color in the right place so that you have like a flexible, that's the word. Flexible highlights. And so with that same thing, because you were thinking earlier about changing the shadow dynamic. Yes, thank you. That's much better. You can also have your CSS elements, which is just a shape like this, which is going to be black, and somewhere at like 40%. And potentially you have a layer blur situation with that. And that way you can ensure that your dynamic color accent plus your shadow are always like centered to each other, so that if you're, can I do that? If your book is, bitch, sorry, if your book ah is has a title that is like here, it would be a bit of a mess. But if it's really a long title, that could be a thing. Anyways, forget about it. It's a bad idea. Because it would your book will always be at the same place. It's just like the placement of that would change. But yeah, that could be a thing. I think the only thing that I don't know exactly how to achieve in CSS is the placement, the 3D placement mapping on the on that. And yes, after that you can 100% get like some sort of a hover effect that will give you a bit of a better thing. I don't know exactly how to say that. Like if you have your hover, that's why. If you have your book right here, so that's my cover. That's my, technically my cover, but right. No, don't open the book on hover. No, 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 no. The only thing that I would potentially say is a good idea on hover is this. No more. Like you just go from here to here while hovering, spot animate, whatever. That that's enough. That's enough. If you want to be even more annoying, like I am, you do that, right? You get your right. You get that because your shadow is supposed to be a bit more diffused and lighter. Right? All that. To fucking to the face of the user. No. You can do the Airbnb open book thingy. I don't know if they have it on here. I wish. Hmm. That thing. I mean, this is kind of shit compared to the original. The original is a more 3D things. Whatever, it works the same. It opens when you click on it. That's the only thing that I wanted to say. Anywho, yes, Stony. That's a fair point. I might need to watch that entire thing for sure. Kevin is good. Kevin is great. Anywho, so I would potentially recommend you to do that or something similar at least, to get that though. What do you mean make me spend sometimes? No, it's a good thing. Kevin's video are pretty good. I just have some issues sometimes because I know what he's about to say. And I'm like, yeah, I know that. Cool. Move on, please. So the other thing that I was about to say here was the text, the font that will be used or you would have to use next to each book. Not saying that it should be different every time, but it needs to be like a uniform, like similar to the rest of the themes of the books that you have. So if all of your things are currently using a very strongly serif font that is kind of thin, which is what I'm seeing right here, then yes. I was about to say that's a sad thing. Yeah. It's not that hard. It's just annoying. It's not going to be a text effect. Be aware. Like it's doing the outline is going to be kind of easy. It's the same every time. Like you can probably see that thing and that thing is the same and that thing is the same, right? So these are pretty simple. Though then the brain, the 3D transform, you can see how it's made right here. It's pretty simple. It is a stack of the same elements on top of each other to create that effect of depth, which is not 3D at all. It's just like they used the exact same component or the exact same element 15 times. So one of the render that you would have, if I'm taking the, bitch, that's not the thing that I wanted. If I'm taking the R letter right here, right, it's kind of flat. And I had like, I don't know, let's put that at 80 points. 80 points seems like really small now. Anyways, something like this. And now let's say we have a gradient that is a multi-stop gradient. And so that is going to be this color. This is going to be that color. This is going to be that. Doing everything. I don't know why it's taking that much, but whatever. Cool. Multicolor things. Now, the only thing that you need to do is you duplicate it. You push it 1 and 1. And that gives you that effect, in a way, of depth. And so if your first letter had an outline and your secondary, third, all of that letters had, I don't know, maybe they were at like 80% opacity or a bit darker overall, you can see how it creates that depth effect pretty quickly, pretty easily. So not that much work. It's just duplicating, and you can you can see that effect here. Like you can see how it's stacked specifically in the inner section right there and right there. So it's just duplicate of the same thing multiple times. And then in order to get the perspective of both sides, it's just like this one is probably going to be a 2 pixel to the left and 1 pixel down. This one is going to be a 1 pixel to the left, 1 pixel down. And then this one is going to be just pixel down, not pixel to the left. Same thing here, but it's the opposite, like 1 pixel to the right, and then this one is 2 pixel to the right to get the perspective. But other than that, pretty simple. Annoying though. And then the texture and all that is annoying, but feasible. I think I think we done that on White Panther. Where is she? I should search in it. Chris, I'm not done yet. I still have a thing in my head. 1 second. Wait. You just wait. I think I did that on... No. That. This one is not mine, but that's technically the ID. And so I did one for White Panther using the same effect, and so technically this is just what they do right here is a stack of multiple fonts, as I just did. Though what I did for White Panther here, I think, was or is a stack of shadows. No, yes. This one is a stack of shadow. So instead of having like multiple layers, it's just multiple shadows on the same layer. So that gives me a bit more flexibility in terms of what I can then do, because it's just a matter of changing that angle or that value from -8 to a bit less, whatever. So that's an option. I do like to do that with shadows rather than with layers, mainly because right now, if I were to change, if I were to change the angle at which my element is, the perspective makes sense. I don't know if you can perceive that, but I mean, that's pretty obvious. I'm putting it upside down, the direction in which the thing is makes more sense. Whereas here, if I'm rotating this, it's kind of the same every time. So it's locked in one specific position. So if at some point I need to change my angle, I need to can't. Whereas here, if I need to change my angle a bit, then I have a more realistic fall off. Yeah, that was the thing. No, Chris, going back here. The other thing that I'm thinking about when I'm doing that is it's a good idea for books, but then when you are doing, I don't know, a media, you will have all of these things out, and then you just have a color, like your media thing. So I have a feeling that this might be a tad strong in terms of modification and thing that would be presented. Though, again, depending on the type of media that you have, if it's just an image, you're good. If it's a video, then it might be small. Um, if you make a difference between your ebooks and books, like physical books and ebooks, then maybe you can do a change in this thing. I'm just not sure about your media because I can't see how media looks on this thing. Yeah. All right. So if you start with the books, let me rephrase what I was about to say. If it's a current retainer and you are currently only having books, the easiest thing to put in place is to change the aspect ratio either from 3:2 to 2:3. It's just rotate and you have your cover, and you would be good 90% of the time. But if you also have medias, then yeah, that's actually good. All right. So if you also have other medias, then yeah. I like this. It's a fun, as I said, it's a fun potentially interactive preview of the thing that you're about to look at. That makes sense. So I like it. I'm just ensuring that this thing is like always under that. Right, that might be a bit strong at times, but I mean, you never know. Could be fun. Could be fun. Yes. Jan, yes, 100%. 100%. That's pretty neat. Yeah, you're good on the placement. I wasn't sure for the shadows. I would say align your content to the left side. I know you didn't ask for that, but still. The main issue that I have here is the products in the participating products that are just aligned perfectly for no fucking reason. So if you just put things align left or left align, that would be better, and then you can also left align the entire thing. So yeah, I need to pee though, so give me a second. Aye. Steam, that's pretty interesting. I don't know how that works, but that's pretty interesting. Um, so yeah, actually on this thing, I think the shadow underneath the pack is pretty good. However, um, knowing that type of website to ensure that your shadow is always good for any product, you will need to define so much variables that makes no sense. As in, right now it's a Barilla pasta pack, which is a really square things. I can see that it's a PNG with not a PNG, like it has white background. Even if it's on a tablet, like it doesn't change anything. It's I see everything. Don't worry about it. It's going to be hard for you to ensure that that shadow is always placed in the right place. As in, right now it's that pack. If you have like a bottle of oil, it's going to be a very much shorter element. So what I could, I'm about to say something weird. What I could potentially give you as an option would be, and I hate doing that, but that could work, would be to do something like this. You take the image that you have, you squish it to be somewhere along the line of like 4 pixel, 6 pixel height, and then you have your layer blur on top of it, and that way you get like a colored shadow that will always be the right width. Steen, have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for stopping by. I appreciate that. Though, aha, though, this will only work if your products are dark in color, because you can't do that in any other way. Like me on Figma, I would just add another fill on top of it that would be like pure black, whatever, and it would be good, right? That would be enough. The thing is, you may not have the ability to do that, and like applying a color on top of an image, I don't think it's an easy task, or at least when I tried, it wasn't. So maybe I'm a dumbass, which is a potential option, but yeah. It doesn't really take a lot of resources because you're just rendering the same image twice, which is fine. The blur on itself, yes, maybe. So that's one way to ensure that it's the same size, but as I said, it really depends on the elements. And so if you do that manually and everything is like defined specifically, then you're good. But if not, then you will 100% end up with a bottle of oil that has just a slit off use case and a big ass shadow underneath. Other than that, pretty good. The card is really nice. As I said, align left your content, like your text, align left align, your in card left align, your button full width at the bottom would be a bit easier to grasp. So if I'm getting that. Something like that. Could work better for me. And then your thing at the top. For me, that is gonna be here, most likely. That is that placement is mostly for like prevention, risk prevention if you have a product that is taller, which shouldn't be the case. You should probably have a product that would be always the same size, or at least similar sizes, but we never know. Isn't orange and white bad for reading? I didn't do that. But it depends. that's gonna be the answer for most things, most times. If you have that, or if you have that, one of them would be easier to read, and one of them would be better looking. So your text here, if it's participating product, let's see. If you have that, right? If I'm checking the contrast, there is a high probability of this thing to not pass, like it's at 2.9, which obviously doesn't pass. And then this one is passing 100% at 7.1. However, when you have regular working eyes, this one is more readable than this one. I don't really make the rules on this one. It's easier to read the white on top of the orange than the black on top of the orange. And one of the things that you can do is always this. Can make your orange a bit more vivid. And then by 3.6, and you're good. And it works. Yes. So, technically speaking, yes, white on orange is never good. But you can always tweak the design to keep an orange base, which is not necessarily the company orange, but it's still in the palette, and then you are good. Technically good. But yeah, align things left. I think that would be a bit easier to grasp for most people. And then having the button full width at the bottom, to me, makes more sense, but that maybe is a me thing. That is a debatable statement. That's not gonna work. Yeah. So, trying to get the landing page to a point where I can kind of tell people about the tool. Well, you just did. That's cute. There was a question earlier that I didn't answer about when I'm designing a website, do I start with mobile or with desktop? I never really know. It depends on the clients. If the client is a desktop-based client, I'm going to do desktop first. If the client is mobile-based or mobile-first client, I'm going to do mobile first. You can take a screenshot of that so that you have both side by side. So there is a lot of things that are kind of weird to me on this one. The main thing is your alignment. God damn. You have your logo that's aligned with your titles, but then you go straight to the furthest side possible. So I'm getting a lot of a stare reading session type of thing. So I would condense my content a bit more, because then you go back to your central column stuff. That was hard. So I would just like get that in check. It feels like this is not aligned with this, which I'm sure it isn't. You can see that it isn't. But I don't mind. You can have the screenshot to be full width, though I don't know if it's really beneficial, but it could, yes. That's not an issue to have the screenshot full width, but then the rest of the content to be centered. That's fine. This is center aligned, so I don't really know why. That's always debatable. I like that a lot. Like that. Design-wise, I like that a lot. That's a me thing. It's a really simple landing page. I like the loading elements. Like, this is really cute, though. If I'm not paying attention, like let's say I'm loading the page and then something moved and then I don't know what it is, and I say, oh, okay, so the cube just arrived in, and that happened. So I'm not saying that you should have the transition on scroll, but maybe you should have the transition on scroll, similarly to what we looked at last week. Right, when you have this thing and then on scroll, it does something. Right, it's scroll-based animation, so that you don't really lose anything. It's just the scroll-based. So maybe, but that's a lot. So, maybe not. Depends on you. Depends on how much time you want to put in. One of the things that I could give you as well is the overall layout is kind of hard to grasp, bitch. Let me see. 1200. 1200, cool. It's gonna be an issue. See if it works. Please, builder, please work your magic. Do your thing. Be good. Ah, for fuck's sake. At your website. That's what I can. That's what I can extract. Though it does the thing that I wanted it to do, which apparently moved some content elsewhere. Like we have doubling layers. For some reason. Anywho, that's not the issue. The thing that I was about to say is if you have your header right here that is a header size like this, I'm fine with it. Right now your header is really compressed. It's taking technically 50 VH, I think. That's the size that you have. And I could say, you know what, it could be interesting for you to get something like I don't have the size. Height. Obviously. Having the thing further down to give more room for your animation or your 3D elements. And then that way you just have like a hint of there is something underneath that could be a bit more interesting to me. These that's a me thing. I'm gonna say something that's a me thing. You take it or not. You define. Not liable for anything. The way that you have that section that moves from like 2 things, 15 things. It's kind of weird, first of all. And then the second thing is it looks really close to Notion for me, which technically the environment is kind of the same. It's a text-based value thing. There is a to-do list option. There is a Kanban view option. So it looks kind of like Notion. And I'm not sure how the user could see it. There is 2 options for that. They can either say, oh, that's like Notion. I feel at home. It's fine. Or they can say, oh, that's like Notion. What's the point? So you have both options, right? Getting the familiarity is good sometimes, but sometimes something that is familiar enough to not be recognized is better. Yeah. So the rest of the page is like, as I said, I think it would be easier for your sections to be a tad bit more expanded. Like, right, this is your current section. Let me just do that as well. Let's do 0 in between the two, and then both of them are going to take 80. Sorry, both of them are going to take 80 right here. And then you have your image that is supposed to be here. So just by doing what you currently have here, which is 116 between the two, and I don't know, you could like put that at like really 160. You have more readability for things, and it would be easier. I have a lot of issues with landing pages. Don't worry about it. I hate it. The simplicity that you have is a benefit, but I do think you would benefit from having your entire thing a bit more white spaced. As a landing page, or maybe web. I guess landing page would be best. Let's see if we can find something that is a bit similar. I guess this one is kind of similar, but there is a lot of content on this. That is similar. That's the same thing. It's a lot of content on these every time, which makes sense, but still. Trying to find one that is not heavily branded so that you can easily see your product in a layout, a similar layout. I don't think I do have that. I think one of the first is pretty fine. Not this. I mean, this one is fine, but that's a lot. Let's just check this. So there is one thing that I didn't say, but I feel like I kind of need to. I like the concept that you have right here with the 3 buttons, but there is something that is 100% going to happen, which is the user is going to see this and scroll and believe that that thing is part of the UI or part of the screenshot, whatever, and then continue scrolling and not see the rest of the elements. So that's why in some of these things you will probably see feature 1, feature 2, feature 3 as a way to display everything. So for you, if you take that patterns, that is a common patterns to use, you could have Kanban, feature 1, simple task, feature 2, writing, feature 3, and that way you can just have more length in your landing page and a bit more breathing room for the user to understand what you're talking about. Though by doing that, that implies that your images, going back to this one, are probably going to be 50% of the width of your website, meaning that if you're on a very small screen, either you stack them on top of each other or you keep them side by side, but then you will end up with something that is not necessarily good. So that is a debatable thing. Let me just Lapa so that I can just check my software. There you go. Software landing pages. One that is kind of simple. Don't do that. Yes, maybe this one. Memories. Maybe. These ones are like heavily designed landing pages. So maybe not everything is to take, but still, there are some benefits to getting some inspiration on these landing pages. That could be working, but that's not necessary. I feel like Thread is a pretty good one, but it has a lot of transitions as well, or at least it had a lot of transitions. So you see how your header or this header is taking a lot of space. This header is taking a ton of space. This header is taking no space at all. So the difference in between the two, even though you have something really similar, I do agree with that, it's just that you may have a bit of a placement issue. I think I need to add more screenshot anyways, and that seems to be a good idea. On having a page to be longer could make it easier to digest. Yes, kinda. So if we just take this one, it's kind of a fun transition right here. You have a main screenshot, followed by testimonials, followed by feature. Street creds, like these people trust us, pricing, FAQ if needed, and we're done. For you, you have header with animation, and then feature, and then feature something, but there is way too much text for me to read that because not paired with an image, and then a footer. So really simple, really digestible because there is not much in there. But now it's once again you have the two options. You have the people that will say, "Oh, cool, that's straight to the point. No need to think too much. I understand their concept in like a second. All good." And then you have the other side that says, there's nothing there. I don't understand why it's not more detailed. What do they do specifically? Like, might be a bit confusing. So yeah, it's debatable. It is debatable. Good job, like him on landing. I think Asan, you're gonna be on the other side. Yep. For example, yeah, that's a thing. These, I mean, why not? But I think that's way too much work for a landing page. Like, anywho, so yeah, more header for me. That's a thing that I would have. Your login button is also tiny. It is tiny. So like it's 36 in height, which is fine, but this one is 50. I think it's a 64 buttons based on the spacing as well. So it's like, and it still looks tiny to me nowadays compared to other landing pages. So this is tiny. This is a 36 is a button that you would have in the software, like something that you need to click in the software. Makes sense to be at like 36, 32-ish. Something that you need on the landing page, you need to have like a bit more of I'm going to say something weird, a toddler approach, as in think of it as, a 5-year-old kid should be able to navigate the website and understand what it is about. Usually, a 5-year-old cannot understand anything software related, but you know, you could try. So making things bigger, making things more visual help people to say, oh, that's interesting. Let me see that they have something. Mm-hmm. That's why I'm here. Don't worry about it. uh, yeah, these are gonna be not the greatest. They're gonna be good, but they're not gonna be the greatest as references. Um, mm, yeah. So going back to what I said, centered column, more diversity in the layout would help. If I go back to what I've used last week to showcase that to, I think it was, who did that? Who did the French landing page? I forgot the name. First time being here, so I don't know. Nonetheless, if you get like your basic, let's say we need a footer, and then I don't know yet what else I have or will have. I know that I have my header things. You can see already how much it's taking. Some of the header presentation, like this is the current most used option. For you, that would be, that's pretty cute. This one could work technically for you. I'm not really entirely happy with it. Bitch, what? That's not what I said. Uh, but, you know, why not? Potentially. Nah. Maybe. Could. Keeps your header a bit stricter compared to what you currently have. Like it's a bit easier. It doesn't exist anymore. This pack doesn't exist anymore. At least last time when we tried to achieve it or retrieve it, it didn't store. I think the browser number 2, number 4 was pretty neat. Like this one is pretty cool. I think it could work for you if you have a central thing. Though I also like the side-by-side version of things, which for you, not for you, but like I'm thinking about it because of your animation. So the abstract could work if you have your cube starting here, like you have the paper that starts here and maybe it stays a paper for longer. And then when the users start doing something, then it transforms into the cube. That could be interesting. So abstract thingy. And then, right, knowing that, I know that my second thing is going to be a feature card, but it's going to be like a presentation feature section. And then you have like one on the side, cool. And then I need a browser right maybe as a secondary option, or maybe I want something a bit different. Maybe not an image split. I don't think you have a mobile device anyways, so... Eh. Could get that. And then you have your third one, which obviously is going to be the other way. So you can do something like this. And then that's going to be followed by... You have a text section. So I'm going to just use one of these, which is your current... I would say that's this section. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I've seen that. Oh, that's metrics. I don't want metrics. I want title. Maybe. And then you have another one that is going to be a description thing. So, bitch, they have the thing. Section. It is in section. It is a section. Feed account, no. Metrics, no. Newsletter, maybe. You know what? I could use that and make it left align with no subheader, no actions, whatever. And then your fourth element is your footer, which is already what I have. You can see how already it's way longer than what I had, or what you have on your side. And though that implies that you have a lot of things to share. So you need to have like a lot of content. You need to have content to fill out these text-based blocks in order to make sense, which is not necessarily the easiest thing to do. But I think I want this thing to be the newsletter type of situation, nothing else. And this is gonna take that, maybe. So let me see if it works today. Yeah. I mean, godly websites exist, but you don't have the ability to get your store. Yeah, that's sad. It's a good UI kit as a base. It's just not available anymore. Not available anymore. It's pretty good. It's a tad limited though. That's one of the things that I said to the creator when I bought this thing. It's great. Like, if I was a freelancer doing landing pages, which I'm not, it's great because it gives me the ability to get like a structure in no time. Cat, that sounds like you, yes. That does sounds like you. Larkham, to answer your question, Yes and no. No, you don't need to credit me, because if you are doing like some research and you go on Pinterest, you find something, you get inspired by what they did, um, are you crediting what they have done? Not really. Yes, because I sometimes it depends. Um, the thing that I will give you as feedback are gonna be implemented 100%, or maybe 99% of what I said are gonna be implemented. In that case, maybe. But then I don't know. Um, the thing that you sent me during the weekend, by the way, um, what was it? Email, newsletter, that thing, which I had no clue. But apparently, I'm named right there, so I'm credited. But the only thing that I see that is mine is some of the icons that have been used in there and the shapes. But then I'm seeing this and I'm like, that's not a thing that I've done. Uh, but you know, um, it works. So you can credit me if you want. It's not necessary. It's appreciated. Like, as I said, I have no fucking clue that this thing existed. So if that makes sense. So yeah. Um, so Jan, to go back to your landing page, I think it needs more space, more height, and more content. Doesn't work the top page? Top page of what? Nepshi, what are you talking about? Ah. Yeah. I think it's just slow. You should use the other one if you want. We have. Did I do a command as well? I don't think I did. This one. Just better. If you want a tip. Yeah. Take your time on the update, but I would love to see the updates. Yes, 100%. But yeah, I was about to recap, so let me just recap. More height, condensed if possible, ensuring that you also said that it's optimized for mobile, so that kind of makes sense. This is good-ish, a bit tiny, but good-ish. If it was like feature related, it would be bigger. Like, it's kind of interesting to see that this screenshot that is supposed to showcase the entirety of the app looks smaller, even though it's not, than this, or compared to this. So, interesting thing. Anywho, a lot of text. Change that. More visual things would help, I think. So that's weird. But yeah, other than that, you're good. If I'm refocusing on the first question that you had, getting the getting the landing page in a place that you can start sharing it with people, which was the initial message. You can. Right now, you can. There is no issues with sharing this with people. It's not great, but it's not the worst thing I've seen. It's gonna work for the people that needs to know about the project. At the maturity of your project right now, I don't know if it's a good reflection of the maturity of the project. Like, is the software already working, already good, all that, and like really not detailed, but like yeah, designed and working. If that's the case, then the landing page needs to be kind of in the same realm. If it's not the case and the landing page isn't, then that's fine. You can have both and have something that is a bit like clunky and in beta or alpha version for now. The landing page is in alpha, the software is in alpha, everything is in alpha, all is good. You just need to figure it out and continue like working on it. So, nonetheless, both of these options, you can share your product and you can share your landing page as much as you can, because the earliest you get some marketing done, the earliest you can get potential clients and potential visibility on what you are trying to achieve. So even if the thing that you're building is free to use and will become paid later, or will remain free forever and there will be ads in there or whatever, you can, or you should, share and market yourself and advertise your things as soon as you have something that you believe is good enough. Not 10 year early. You've been starting. Oh, I mean, you've been talking about the project for a long time, Stony. So, yeah. But also, you are currently not confident enough in the product to be released and available for everyone. So, I do understand why you are just doing the marketing stuff right now, which makes sense.
Thanks,
Why?
I love when you review PPL, it teaches a lot. GGWP.
That para animation is kind of crazy to me. Thanks a lot for the 30. I appreciate it. I think that broke the stream. At least it broke the stream for me on my side. I looked like really choppy for a second. I probably was. I don't know. But thanks a lot for the tip. I appreciate it. Yeah, I lost everything. I think my phone died. My screen went, so that was weird. My screen went black. The image that I was looking at on Discord got downloaded for some reason. Um, and then the stream became a slideshow, and now we're back. So, yeah. It has sounds, animation, TTS, everything. Eh, maybe I got lagged, yes. At least, listen to that, at least I know that something happened. I don't know what happened, but something happened. Yeah, I lost chat on everything. the stream dashboard reloaded as well. That was kind of weird. But yeah. So as soon as you think, Jan, as soon as you think that something is releasable and people can use it, share. that's that's the thing. You share with like family, friends, colleagues, coworkers, it's the same thing. Classmates if you're in school, I doubt it. It can happen at any age, we never know. Streamers, if you want feedbacks on that, pretty good way to advertise in a way. Like you have a bit of a, if you have people like me, which I know not often, but if you have other people like me on stream, share your project, maybe they take a look at it, you have a bit of an advertisement in front of the people that are currently watching the stream. That's free ads. But the goal is to get as many eyeballs onto your product as soon as you can have a product working. So for me, for example, for the mom UI kit, what happened was I built the thing. I said that could be a nice product for designers. I found the name and I started working on it on stream. Obviously, I have that advertising media type of thing that I can do, which is easier if you're streaming. But then after that, once I knew that it would become a bit bigger than what I had anticipated in the first place, I bought a domain name. I built a landing page that worked. But before that, I just spammed the link in my chat. And then as soon as I had a landing page, I spammed the link on Twitter, on every post that was related to the UI kit to ensure that people can see that it existed. And it kind of worked. Not much, but it kind of worked in terms of revenue. So you can do that, and that is the best way to ensure that you have something that is matching with what people are expecting or expecting from it, and also ensuring that your product can get some feedbacks early. As in, if you share the thing that is broken right now, it still kind of works. The core is working, and then people are telling you, "Oh yeah, that's pretty interesting," and I would change this, and you're working on this, then you're good. You can continue improving on that. But if they are telling you, "Oh, I would change that," and you said that this thing or that specifically has been done for the past 3 months, maybe you can revise it a bit, and you get some feedbacks really quickly. So that's the main idea. It's getting as much feedback as you can as soon as you can in order to improve faster. So yeah, I was thinking about something else, and then my brain thought about something different. The reason why it thought about something different is because of this thing. That is what happened a second ago. Forget about it. Nothing happened. So yeah, that's the idea. Larkham, did you have a project that you wanted me to review? Was that what you're saying? And you wanted to keep all the credit? That what you're saying? Oh, goddamn. This thing. I'm gonna rant for a second. This thing is a electrolyte drink type of situation thingy. It is great, but every time I drink one of these bottles, my body wants to flush out the entirety of it as soon as it enters anything. So I need to pee every 10 minutes for no fucking reason. I mean, for the fucking reason that this thing works for hydration. So I'm gonna be back. 1 second. All right. I think my iPad crashed. I mean, not crashed, but crashed. Larkin, are you... other question, are you crediting your teachers? If you have worked in an industry, or if you had like a... like... yeah, if you worked on an industry and design industry in school, are you crediting your teachers that teached you things, taught taught you things in the past? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Maybe they deserve no credits, maybe they do, maybe you think they don't. It's up to you technically. If I'm giving you like feedbacks or directions or things, I don't know. It depends on you. Yeah. So this one is a 0 calorie type of thing. They have artificial sweeteners for sure. But the main issue that I have is it's sugary. It's a sweet drink. And if it's water, I drink at a regular pace. If it's sweet, I'm gonna drink the thing as a chugging competition. So these bottles last 20 minutes. And then they're done. So that's also one of the reasons why I'm gonna pee every 20 minutes. I'm just downing the entire thing, and I'm like, ah, shit, I need to pee. It's the same thing with like energy drinks or Monsters, all that. It's just, yeah. Kane, hi, good morning. And Dapsy, welcome back. You told your client that, Chris, that I was responsible? I just gave you an ID. Don't worry about it. That's the thing also. I wanted to talk about that earlier. Kinda, not earlier, but like I thought about it when I was before stream, whatever. There is a guy that pops in my TikTok feed for the past 3 days. He's a white guy living in Japan. I feel a resemblance, though. He's living in a different city, which is fine. I mean, living in Japan is fine, whatever. But he's giving advices or recommendation on things where I know that we all have highly different experiences wherever you go. But it feels so wrong. Like, I'm trying to remember exactly what he said, but I think it was something about learning Japanese and going back to what I said last week, like learning Japanese, and if you have like a bit of a N3 level, which is like intermediate business level Japanese to enter Japan, you would be in a very good place and it will be fine. And then I'm here with my N5 at best, which is like the lowest level, and I've been fine. Some other people have been saying things like, oh, you need to carry cash with you all day because Japan is a cash-based society. And then once again, I'm here, I've been living here for a year and a half, and I think I've used cash 3 times. And they're saying, yeah, but if you're just using your card, that means that you're missing out on the small shops and all that. And I'm like, no, they just installed the payment with touch while COVID happened. And now I can pay with my card. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Oli, hi. Good morning. You know, I can't say that word. I can't read it. Yeah, vending machine, take cards. A lot of places outside of Tokyo would be cash. Yes, 100%. I have too much cash. I have something like the equivalent of like 1,000 euros in cash. That is like in a bag somewhere. Don't really use it. It's on me when I need it. And it's fine, but yeah, it's kind of weird. Yes, there are special vending machines. So in the latest edition of these ones are the ramen vending machine. The latest edition have an updated payment system. So these ones are the original one that everyone is saying, oh, you need to use coins for that, which makes sense. Like these needs coin, but like the latest one, I wish I could find the one that we now have in almost everywhere, which are the black one in stations and all that. You know what? And they have these payment system that takes the Suica, which is the train card, which is technically a bank, and you can pay with that. Though, again, I don't use vending machine because 90% of the time, the things that are in here are more expensive than in the convenience store by like nothing, but it's still more expensive. Like the waters are 120, as far as I can read right here, and in the convenience store it's like 98 or 100. So I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of weird. And the bag is staying with me. I need that for cash activities when that happens. The other plan that I have, which is kind of weird, I didn't talk about that ever, but if, not if, when I'm getting a job, or when the companies that I'm applying for are giving me like or making an offer for me to join the company, if the full remote is an option, there is a high probability for me to move from Tokyo to further out, like a bit more countryside type of thing. I don't know where exactly, but there is a probability. Depends on the flats. If that's the case, I will probably need the cash in these environments. Yes, 100%. Did they have crypto vending machine? I think I've seen one in the airports, but not really. No. Also, the taxes on crypto in Japan are crazy. Like it's 51%, 52% of your gains are taxed. So if you make 1,000, technically you make 500. A bit less. So, yeah. Oh yeah. They don't give a shit. I think for assets like, let me see, crypto. Yeah, if you bought or sold cryptocurrency more than 200,000 yen, which is $1,000, 1,200 type of thing. 55%. My bad. My bad. Up to 55%. But for stocks, it's like 20%. Flat rate. Yay. Yeah, it's a compounding tax on crypto. So it's just like anything, yeah, like airdrops, which are just gift technically, taxed. Yeah, I need to learn about the tax system here if I'm gonna stay here because goddamn, that's gonna be not good. Um, Kat, I think if the account on your savings has been opened in Italy and not replenished by Belgium money, you should be fine. Like you shouldn't, or Belgium shouldn't touch that. Though, um, if you touch it, I think if you have money that is coming from Belgium that is going then to Italy on a saving account, I think then it's taxable. So that's not great. And yeah, the Bitcoin ETF is pretty interesting for that specific reason because now it's a stock, and so it's just a maximum flat rate at 20%. And if you earn a certain like threshold, you don't need to pay that much, which is good. So yeah. So if it's all in yeah, but have you put more money in it since you have been paid in Belgium? That's the question. Um, Cad being Italian, having savings in Italy, but now working from Belgium and being scared of having to pay taxes from Belgium on the Italian account. Yeah, I would highly recommend you to not replenish it, or tax evasion. You can withdraw cash and then travel to see your mom, ask your mom to put things in the account in cash. From there, maybe. Not good though. Yeah, but think about it. If, I mean, there is a lot of things to be considered, as always. Um, like, there is a high potential for taxes to be paid in Italy and then also taxes to be paid in Belgium for the same amount. So you're taxed twice on the same thing. So there is a thing to be declared as in, oh, you're not living in Italy anymore. So that means that technically your taxes are not paid in Italy, they are paid in Belgium as your primary source of income is coming from Belgium. Therefore, anything that you own in Italy is also now taxed by the Belgium entity, and that's the scary thing. But yeah, and you could also just invest in Revolut. Yes, that could be a pretty good option to ensure that way you have both things. Like right now, one of the thing that I'm thinking about is the bank account that I have is it's it's a debit account. Like it's a Yakins. Hi, good morning. You arrive late. How are you? Um, like there is a lot of things that I need to figure out to get like a real bank account. um, but by doing so, it also implies that this is my third bank account that I'm opening this year, technically. And for now, because I haven't been a resident of France for the past year, none of these have been declared. So if I open a bank account and then I close a bank account, there is no need to declare that. You heard nothing. To be honest, the S&P 500 has been the best, like best performing thing from since last year. Like I'm currently sitting at 34% right here, on the S&P 500 as a return. This is kind of crazy for the stock market. Like in 1 year. Yeah. It's kind of wild. And then when you look at the curve itself, it's not bad. This is the start of the investment, and this is now. Yeah, and everything is high as fuck. Like I have 5K in there, but I don't know. When I learned that the amount it takes to like to spend 10K in a year is 27 something, 28 euros, dollars, whatever, per day. Like if you spend $28 per day or 28 euros per day at the end of the year, like religiously, 28. At the end of the year, you have spent 10K after 365 days. And when I learned that, I was like, okay, so if I spend $30 a day times 31, that give me like a rough idea of how much I need to put in my investment account to save 10K per year. And then my investment account in the same time is growing with interest and compounding interest. And so I'm just placing things per month, like twice a month. So far, so good. So far, so good. If you are in the EU, Dapshi, I highly recommend you to take a look at the referral link that I have, because obviously I'm getting something out of it, but if you're in the EU, you can check that out for investment. I love trade. I love the UI of trade. It's really simple. I don't know much, so I'm just putting money in there and then hoping that it grows, and it does. The one that is not good right now in my stocks is Rivian. I want to believe in Rivian as a like electric car company to be successful, but it seems that the stock, since the creation of the stocks, it just has been going down. So yeah. Why you want to move to Italy, Tapshi? Why? Yeah, I mean, she's already out of Italy, so you can come in now. You have one more place. Yeah, it's the same thing that I said last time. You Italian, you see the negative things. Move to France. the only sad things about that is there is French people. Other than that, and also as Larkham said, which last time you asked a question, Larkham, and I didn't answer. Apologies for that. I just remembered. No, I haven't seen the news in 7 years. Almost. I had a TV, not even 7, a bit more than that. I had a TV with my parents where we watched the news, and then I moved on my own, and I haven't owned a TV nor a subscription to any news services of France since then. So it's been, I think, since 2010, 2011. Yeah, something like that. So it's been a while with no news. I don't mind, no news, no TV, nothing, and it's been great. No information about what's happening around me is great. That means that the only truth that I know is mine, and that's all I need. As long as I'm okay, that's all I need. Don't need more. Yes, we do. It's kind of weird. Yeah, it always has been. Like, without the news, it always has been more peaceful, more carefree. Like, sometimes you can't escape the news, and it's like, oh, there is people in the street because they are French. Cool. Do your thing. I don't care. And yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. But, you know, things happen. Ah, god dang. So yeah, no news for me. That's a fair point, Kat. I think I think that's one of the points that I wanted to make about the guy in Japan. Hero, hi. Welcome on in. Yeah. I'm French too. I don't mind. But yeah, I think he said something about about something being expensive, and I was like, no, it's not. Maybe I'm extremely rich. I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah. I don't know. Me, Cat? I'm the first person to hate on French people. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Always. Yeah. Japan is extremely cheap. That's the thing. When you when you spend 10K in yen, you're basically spending 80 euros ish, kinda. It's kind of nothing, and people are like, "Oh, that's expensive." I don't know. Like there was another girl that was talking about Team Labs, which if you don't know what it is, you probably have seen some of the pictures that I've shared on Instagram at some point. But there is this place that has like interesting environment, like sensory museum type of things, and they were like, yeah, if you want to go there, you need to book your ticket like a month in advance. And I was like, really? Last time I went, I booked the ticket the week before, and I was like, okay, cool, let's go then. I don't know. Let me see. Kane, I know, but so 1 yen is 5 pesos. God damn. Do you need to spend 500 pesos per day for a meal? Or do you... How much do you spend for a meal? That's the question. Like, regular... I know it's not the right rate of conversion, I know, but still. Roughly. Give me a rough estimate. I mean, it's pretty pale. Maybe. I don't know. You can't buy anything with 500. But yeah, how much you spend usually, roughly, that I can see if it's relatable or not relatable. I mean, not relatable, but like comparable. Comparable is the word that I was looking for. $10K. Yeah. That's similar to Japan. Ish. And once again, I know that this is not the right conversion. Like, more convenient? Why would you say it's more convenient? Cat. I want to know. Now, you intrigue me. So yeah, in my habit of spending, I spend a lot. That you know that by now. Let me see. The last time I went for food for like a day, I spent $10. This one was 12, and it costed me yen. How much was it? Original yen amount. 2,000 yen. So a bit more expensive than this. Which is similar. Why would you buy a kilo? Why would you buy a kilo of ice cream? The things melt. What's the point? What's the point? There. Cat, yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, technically the latest, god damn it, the latest grocery shopping that I did costed me $35, which was 5,000 yen. And that lasted me a day and a half. Not even a day, like 3 meals, 2.5 meals. For 5K. 6K technically. So, yeah. Not much, but still. More expensive. And then it's more expensive on my energy levels that are currently not great. So, you know. Denny, hi. You are arriving at the end. How are you today? How is everything going? How's the non-answering Canadian? Have they non-answered? I guess they haven't. Oh. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, you're doing a task for them. Good. So you have had some answers. Interesting. Yeah, I spend $35 per day if I'm cooking for myself. Almost. Let's say 35 every 2 days. And the main reason, cat, is because in my grocery shopping cart, there is this thing that you don't eat that is meat. And steak are expensive. Like, yeah. So, yeah, it's kind of. But then again, my sister is the same. She spent like something like I don't know, kind of the same, like $15 for the weeks, $20 for the weeks, maybe. And yeah, it's fine. So technically, for me, going out and eating something in a restaurant or in a convenience store or something is way cheaper than going to the store. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. High protein is bad. High protein is bad. I mean, it's not bad. It's good, but it's just expensive. More expensive. Let's say that. Khalil's live. Shall we go to Khalil? Is that the thing? God damn. No updates yet. I had a meeting today for a headhunter company again, another one that just wanted to like apply on my behalf on 3 companies, and then one of them, I mean, the 3 of them I already applied to, but one of them wasn't really a match. So, and because I applied like last month, they said, you know what, let's not reapply right now. So we'll see. But Dapsy, welcome back. You arrived just before the raid. So yeah, no real news. The other one that I kind of like, that we've done 2 interviews for so far, I have no news for that. I'm hoping that I could have like an answer this week, but also the last meeting was last Monday, and the one before that was a week and a half before that. So if they also get like a week and a half to see all of the other candidates and all of that, it's going to take a bit of a longer time. The main thing that happens was I was meeting with two people, one Japanese, one Brazilian. And on the meeting last time, the Brazilian one wasn't there. He was sick and couldn't be present for the interview. So that could also have slowed down the entirety of the process. So, yeah, I don't know. What do you mean no one successfully landed? You landed earlier, and then who landed? We've seen someone else land. I think Asan landed when he entered the chat. So yeah, that happened. That happened. You landed as well, yes. That is true. Stony, what you reckon? We could rate Khalil, yeah. If that's the ID, yeah. There's Matt that just opened. I don't have to ask you. It's just like if you have someone else, someone that I haven't heard of in the past or never rated, could be nice, but I don't see anyone. See, Stony landed. Yeah, I know your answer, but it's like, let's rate Kale for now, and then we go somewhere else after. We know. Alright. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here. As always, if you are here and enjoy your stay, please click the follow button. That would be highly appreciated. And yeah, if you want to watch the VODs, they are going to be on Twitch, but they're also going to be on YouTube at some point,
Mom!
being like tomorrow. And yeah, join the Discord if you want to. That's also appreciated. I know that she joined the Discord earlier. I appreciate that. You can stalk me on social if you want. I shall be back tomorrow for the assignment Tuesday, which Seke has challenged me to do a specific thing. So maybe we can do that tomorrow if I can find the high quality image for that thing. We'll see. And yeah, I said a lot of things today. That happens. And yeah, have fun. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. And I will see you tomorrow, I guess. Yeah. Take care. Be kind to each other. Eat something, drink something. Bye.